Oh boy, I hope I'm not late to rendezvous with my illicit acquisition of lead ore that I stole from somewhere. Man, things are getting wild in alchemy space. Hello! We're back with more Opus. Last time, we got exiled into the dredges of society. And in order to begin concocting our own revenge, we started acquiring tools to survive and manipulate reality to our will, as is the aim of all alchemy. And we've just enacted a plan to do a heist of a bunch of lead ore. And I believe that went well. Now, before we continue with this, I think we need to get our brains nice and warmed up with a good little bit of Sigmar's Garden. I just enjoy playing it, and I think it's a nice warm-up for thinking. So, this is looking like a pretty good opening right now. I'm seeing a lot of clear material. This fire with this fire will clear this fire, and I don't see another way to get to that fire easily. Ooh, actually, there's a lot of contained fire. This is a... difficulty. Well, first off, here's lead. We're either going to have to get rid of a water, air, and fire in that order, which, looking at it, we can do that. Or we got to find some Moors. There's a Moors right there. That could be the way we get rid of the water here. That's a lot of earth. Let's start simple. Actually, so we get... just trying to chart this out here. We get this lead. What quicksilver are we using for that? Well, if we use this Moors for this Vitae, we could get this quicksilver. That would help clear the way going this way. And with a lot of air to work with, we could pretty much delete this whole sector. Tin, however, is over here, and that requires some anti-water. I do think it'd be beneficial to get these Moors available, because we've got a lot of Vita on the border that we need to get rid of. So I think that should be priority one, just clearing this edge out. Then we'll get the Moors to clear out the Vita, and we'll have a lot better space to work with. So wipe that fire, wipe this water and this water. That gives us the air we need. That's fire, and now we have access to this lead. We can clear the water here. We now have 2 quicksilvers right available. That might actually be better than I was hoping for. This iron is important. Because the moment we get rid of the tin, we got to get rid of this iron. And the best way to do that, I think, would be to get rid of this quicksilver early. So as much as we have 3 quicksilvers to theoretically work with, we want to make sure this is one of the first 2. But we do want all 3 available. So let's say this Vitae with this Moors. We can use this quicksilver on the lead, this quicksilver on the tin. We can then clear out this water and start Moorsing it up. Moorsing it. Okay, next up on the board is Earth. That gets us this air, which gets us into air and water zone. The issue is we have to make sure we can get in. I want to do this quicksilver with this iron, which means we either have to get rid of 2 earth with no earth, or get rid of this salt. My instinct is to get rid of this salt with this earth, because then we can clear out all of this other earth easily. It would also clear out the way to this iron, this fire. This whole section would be ready to go. But then we're left with a bit of a scary horizontal line here. We Morse that out, we quicksilver the iron and copper, then we have to get rid of this salt somehow. I think it's a solid enough plan, though. The earth, okay. Iron, quicksilver, Does it matter which one we use? I don't think so. There are only 3 left. Iron, copper, and then that one can be silver. No, it does matter because we need to get rid of this Vita first. So Quicksilver here, Vitamorse. We are now good to get rid of the copper. We are now having silver on the board. We can safely remove fire if I get rid of this air. Then we double that fire. We have another Vitamorse on the board. I'm gonna salt into salt here. I think that's safe, because then we can air here. Water's off the board. We just need to salt that earth specifically. Vitamorse, silver up, gold, salt the earth. Okay, I think we're ready. So last time we sent off Nils to do his mission, and then he sent a mystery message to somebody, and now we're gonna meet who that mystery message was sent to. Clara Soria. You're sure you won't get in trouble? Hanging out in the bad part of town with a rogue alchemist? My parents don't know. I spend a lot of time in the observatory, and they always assume I'm there. Not as if they would check for themselves. It's a shame you never got to use Van Tassen's observatory when you visited. I was tasked with fixing it right afterwards. That's okay. I still had a nice time. Even though you were with Frederick. Excuse me, I loved Frederick. You... what? He was kind to me. He was the only one who's ever been. It was really nice spending time with him. It's true that kindness is a rare trait in an Outsider. I wish I could have protected him. He didn't deserve the world he was born into. None of us do. Okay. Now that we've got the ore, we've got to refine it into proper lead. So this is raw lead ore. You should have seen when we had cases and cases of gin around here. Why? To isolate individual elements from the alcohol? Yes, exactly. How resourceful of you. That's a sharp deduction, Clara. I've always been interested in alchemy, but my mother says it's too dangerous for me to pursue. She thinks I'd explode the place. Alchemy is dangerous, but not in the way your mother thinks. Okay, here's our ore. Look at it. All ored and stuff. Litharge, specifically. Is that like a term I would like to look up? I know it's a term, I just want to know what it means. Litharge is one of the natural mineral forms of lead to oxide. It's a secondary mineral which I'm just reading the Wikipedia page on litharge right now. But it appears to be a very particular form of lead in natural mineral form. So we're going to refine it into regular lead and get the salt out. Shouldn't be calling it salt. It's elemental salt. That's like a different thing. But for the most part, this seems like a simple measure of just sort of obliterating the entire structure. A lot of unbonding to do. Should I do this in a particular order? I do have an idea. It's not going to be a very fast solution, but I think it will be a little bit satisfying. My goal is going to be to separate out all of the salt individually by placing this over it and then twisting once. Then we'll just sort of extract all of the salt and then put them somewhere. Alternatively, we could just take one, something like this, and that way we do this. Oh no, there's something interesting. I want to try that out. Let's get the lead out. Grab, turn, and then like spin a few times. I want to see what happens. So that separates that. I spin. Maybe I want this to be on rotation. So now those both get breaking. That breaks. Nothing is separated yet. Now we've separated a salt and lead at the same time. Interesting. All right, I think this is a good idea. So we're gonna grab it. It's gonna bond everything together. It's gonna go over here, spin. Everything is now connected strictly to the center lead. Now, if we rotate one more time, we can now start taking these elements out piecemeal. So I'm thinking this last arm should probably just be where lead goes. So it goes here. And let's say we have one arm spinning, let's say here. So this will pick up whatever ore is here and it'll just go like donk, 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 donk. Like it'll just input. And then this will spin in place. So while this is happening, we're going to have another arm that goes slightly further to drop the salt into the salt zone. And that's how we're going to do this. Yeah, so grab, spin, 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 spin. And right here we do this. So at this exact moment we have a lead on the board. So we want to grab it, move it in, reset. Do that 3 times. In between, I would like to grab the salt 3 times. And then finally, at the same moment this moves, we can move this over as well. And then reset. And that should be our full loop. Now if I triangle symmetry this, I should be able to let go, and that will make the loop a bit faster. Part of me wants to make this faster by, instead of waiting this whole time... I mean, we'll have to wait the whole time anyway, but we can wait for less of the whole time. Once this gets here, I'm going to let it reset. And at the same time, I'm going to pick it up with something else, which will be responsible for then twisting it every other turn. Ooh, it's a little slow. Is there room that I can... I would love to save one cycle. I don't know how to save one cycle. Also, this doesn't have to be that anymore. Actually, it would be... Yeah, visually, that's what I want it to look like, but there's a little bit of cycling I would like to fix here. And to fix that, I think I'm going to need to have a third arm doing mystery rotation. In fact, this one can start it. Oh. What's wrong? Oh, forgot to reset. Oh, beautiful! Well, first off, I don't need this anymore. But this is good. Can make this smaller. I don't think I can make this small. Well... as long as it can move into place. I like it. Wait, I thought of a solution, or simplification. I can move that here, make that rotate right, and then have the salt output closer. I am wrong. I cannot do that. Oh well. Let it ride. I'm sorry, I forgot to read those aloud. I will go read that for you. Extracting the essence of lead from ore. There's something There's something no alchemist has had to do for centuries. Solving these ancient problems for yourself must be fascinating, though. Maybe. In a way, you're reinventing the field on your own. That's one way to look at it. For my part, I keep thinking I've traveled backward in time. What fun, though! Retracing the origins of alchemy. There we go, doing my proper actual responsibilities as a person saying things out loud. Stain remover! I don't suppose you have something that will get out a stain? What happened? I just slipped a little on the way, and I don't want to give my parents any opportunity to be suspicious. We can get that cleaned up like new, I'm sure. A stain remover? Now we're back to the old Van Tassen times. To think, I was just getting so full of myself. Alright. So, it's time to learn about a quicksilverless way of making better metals. Instead of using a metal and quicksilver to go up the spiral of metals, you can instead use 2 of the previous metal in order to make 1 of the next metal. So 2 lead makes a tin, 2 tin makes an iron, 2 iron makes a copper, 2 copper makes a silver, and 2 silver makes a gold. The plus side is that it does not require quicksilver. The downside is that it requires a lot of metal. And this is perhaps now why you understand just why we needed so much lead. Because I don't think we've got infinite quicksilver supplies. Here it is. So this is... well, it's another TIE fighter. A little bit complicated on what goes where, but for the most part, pretty modular. So while all this is happening, we need to turn lead into tin. That's an easy bout of do this. And boom, you got your lead. You can even queue up more lead later. Can't do that with quicksilver. So there's our lead. Okay, this one is definitely not going to go for speed because I want this to be like a nice looking modular assembly. I'm going to go for, I guess, visual appeal. My plan is to make this in like parts. And then just sort of like attach them together at one central point. Because I think that would look cool. It's like we're making some sort of grand extrusion. curious how far we can go with this. I'd love to put this all on the same side, but I think this might serve better. These will then converge into a lead that is built. The triangular symmetry of the hexagon is making a nice, like, vertical, horizontal movement thing difficult. So I guess I'll just have to have it be a little lopsided. But the goal is something like this. I'll demonstrate with the water how I'm envisioning this. And I'll do it with pistons. So, pick up, move. Actually, maybe number 3 should go first. Pick up, turn, reset. Pick up, move, move, reset. So pick up, move, 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 reset. The idea is that this will... we can then construct it from here. Like, this will be like the main chamber. We'll waggle the tin back and forth, thus causing it to be bonded on one side. Then we'll spin the whole arrangement around, and then just do it again. Take all of this, put it over here, rotate this thing over this way, rotate this way. 5 needs to turn the other way, and then we get basically what we are looking for. Except for the fact that I need to stall the piston one. Oh, and that gives enough room to put down the calcification right here. Very good. Let's just make this a big old arm, which then goes to a little closer. So number 7 will be in charge of this. Does this work? I need to actually rotate to see. No, we have to wait one more. Then we'll shimmy in place. Then after we shimmy in place, we want to spin the whole arrangement, then shimmy again. What's wrong here? Actually, what is wrong here? One, two, three. I need to see that as it happens. But that should be the turn you let go, though. Oh, no! We don't need 3 arm extensions. We only need 2. My mistake. Does that mean this can go faster? No, there's not enough time. but this works. How do we get the final product out of here, though? Could be so simple as to just rotate it out, would it? Do we have the clearance for that? No. But what if we, instead of unshimmying, rotated one out the other way? Let's get the actual product machine away. Why did you let go? Don't let go, we still need that. It's close, but I have an idea. How about we go forward again, then reset? That's enough room. What went wrong there? Oh no! I salted it. I salted it. Okay. In that case, forget this extra track. We need a new exit strategy. So we're here holding it like this. 1, 2, 3, out. That's gonna slap into something. We really want is to maybe bring it in. We can bring it in. I have a plan. So instead of shimmying twice here, what if we just shimmy once, then wait, then simply go back, and this is where we piston in. Actually, why bother? Well, I want to bother because it looks cooler. Then we shimmy in, turn that way, and reset. I probably got something in the coordination of this wrong. Yeah, this is off. That goes there. Shimmies in, rotates in place. Shimmies back too soon, which means that this can be brought back one. Ooh. That hurts. Okay, it means we're gonna have to wait a frame. Okay, this does work. Not a marvel of grand speed, but it's got some benefits to it. Not bad. That worked surprisingly well. I imagine you could sell this solvent if you had a mind to go into business. Maybe we should. We've already had a good joke about becoming clothiers. How lovely, though. I'd go to you for all my couture. All we need is that mannequin and we can open up shop right here. Yes, what a great location. This sort of thing is amusing to speak of in jest, but sometimes I do wish I could lead a simple life. Perhaps one day you can. Oh, I'd rather doubt it. Cool stuff. Sword alloy. Finally, something a modern alchemist does. You really think Taros will notice the quality of your sword? You should see the one our alchemist made for my brother. It's practically limp. Really, I'd have thought House Sawyer would do better. A surprising number of our treasures are holdovers from our earlier days, when we only pretended to be an important house. Now that you truly are one, though, you deserve better. Time for a cool sword. Oh, we got a thread level, and you know what that means. It's lightsaber time. So, I am suddenly very doubtful of our ability to lightsaber this. All semblance of cycling is going out the window. They're like, we just can't afford to. Going from lead to a combination of iron and tin is going to be a great ordeal. Okay, let's start with okay. Yeah, we're gonna need to workshop this. So for one loop of this, it's going to be 2 tin, which is 4 lead, and 1 iron, which is 2 tin, which is 4 lead. Which means for every layer we make here, we are going to be using 8 lead. But no matter what we do, we're going to want to interpret that lead as tin. So I think the very first thing we do is just a couple of tracks. In fact, not even a couple of tracks, 1 track they both share. And just move in lockstep for to turn these into tin. And we'll treat the input as tin. Thinking about it though, I think we want tin to come in on an edge for easier manipulation. So instead of doing this, I think we'll just do... we'll battery it. This will also make it faster, which, I mean, I guess is cool. We can't really rely on our speed here. So, we've gotten these 2 leads into the 1 tin. And now we just need to prepare this, which is going to be a thing. But not too bad of a thing. The moment we start extruding, we can just put all the bonding we need later. It's a question of whether we want to convex or concave first. I'd rather make the full spike and then join it together. But then again, if we got this bit that's going to be doing that bonding, we may as well just do it as one. This will solve all of our bonding needs. We just need to do stuff before it. But it does mean that the iron will have to go first, then the tin, then we push. Because the moment we put the iron here, I guess it doesn't actually truly matter. As long as we don't move the tin over this spot, we can just do stuff with it. No matter what we do, we will need an iron as an output eventually. Yeah. contorting this in the ways we want to is going to be a little bit of an ordeal. But what if we do this? Let the tin be made in the center. That gives us more directions to go. We're never going to be able to fit these more closely laterally if we're dealing with the lightsaber constraint. Because these are too tall no matter what orientation they're in. Trying to overlap them is just going to push it upwards. But at least in this configuration, we have 2 output sections. Let's go with a piston. At least here we can go out and rotate, which is something you can rarely do on a lightsaber. Beep, beep. That's good. So we can pick up tin, we can put it here, we can pick up tin, we can put it there, we can pick up tin, we can put it here, and this could be the edge that we go for. Okay, there's one issue I'm seeing, and that's that how do we get the push? How do we get the iron over as well? Maybe we push from the bottom. Like, we pick up an iron, and let's say the first tin goes to the top corner. We pick up the iron, spin around, then let it go. And then the final tin is on the bottom, and that's what pushes it out. Would have liked to have pushed it out with the tin, with the iron, just because it's cooler. But this will do. Which means this will grab, rotate here, push, push. Okay, let's start doing the timings. Number 1, grab, turn, forward, forward, forward. Let's start with the top edge. I keep forgetting you only move forward twice. And then these need to repeat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Correct amount. And this also just tells me when the next one will be ready. Because it will be ready one before the final step. Looking at it, I think I will make the iron the pusher. Maybe. Let's say 5, then grabs, because 3 isn't back yet. Turns right, pushes forward, resets there. That'll put a tin in this spot to make iron. Now, next up is going to be number 3, which just got back. Can pick up, turn once, reset. And that'll make it iron time. At the exact same time as it's iron time, well, 4 can pick up and rotate 3 over. We will have our last tin ready to go at slot 5, which can turn right twice, push forward, reset. And that should be everything. We simply let it repeat multiple times. Oops, number 4 is a little early. No, I want full, perfect ratio of everything. I want to go max throughput. And I think all I need to do for that is add a pusher to 4 here. Maybe even like rotate a little later. Will that work? Just out. Turn, turn. Beautiful push. And that's it. The lead output is pretty much as fast as possible. Which means the rest of this is pretty much as fast as possible too. We could do this in less loops if we made our bonding a little uglier, but I like this as is. I like what I'm seeing. Let's add a little bit of style. Provided we swap out number 1 for a rotation-based system. You can add a little bit of points here to make this sort of like a curve, like a slanted edge. I'd like to fill this in. And then, is that cool? Does that look cool? Should we like bolster it on one side or... Ooh, that looks nice. Nice little like, it almost looks like an ergonomic dip to put like a finger for holding it good. I think it looks kind of nice. And in that case, maybe we can afford... Actually, looking at it, I don't think we can compact the whole bonding situation at all. Because what bonds would we need? We have this and this. We would need this on the top and this on the bottom. If we split them like this and overlay where we have bonds already, there's no extra room. Which means this is already space ideal. Something like that, maybe. I would say we just fill it all in. And then it would up the price, but we could move number 2 to a piston. Pretty good lightsaber, if I do say so myself. All considered pretty good. I'm not going to worry too much about my like objective stats on thread levels because I'm all about the lightsaber constraint. I just think it's cool that we're making like a strip of technology. You could easily parallelize them by just putting them vertically stacked on top of another. And for that reason, I think that the area constraint should maybe account for like how parallelizable it is. Because you could just put any number of copies of this machine on top of each other and just make a lot of it. This is me caring more about production alchemy, though, but we can ignore that for now. It's a shame I never got to do this for House Fantassin. I dare say I would have been very good at it. If everything had gone the way Armand wished it, you'd be making a sword for Clara anyway. That's true, I hadn't thought of that. It's a strange thing to consider. We'd known each other under very different circumstances. I might have assumed you were just another cosseted heir. And I would have thought you just another smug, self-important alchemist. Not that you're very far off on that account. Invisible ink, we are doing some sneaky. Are you truly comfortable with this artifice? Comfortable? I'll rather enjoy deceiving Taros. I just need to think of what to write. The language of love doesn't come naturally to me. Me either. Those types of letters are the sort of thing I've only read about in old tales of romance. Well, how do the letters read? Well, how do the letters read in those tales? It's all very overwrought and florid. Perhaps I can't bear not being with you. I'll die if I cannot have you. Every breath I take is a sigh of wistful despair. This is all very good, yes. I'll have to note these down. Invisible ink. We inking it. Okay, so this is Well, it's another situation where we've got to make vitae and more. But it's in the service of making two separate things. Two separate parallel things. We can effectively do this as just two products of one operation, which is funny. Okay. So, yeah, let's just do it as two separate activities. First off, we are going to have a joint... Okay, it can't be perfectly duplicated, because the salts would have to go in. Well, the salt input would be mirrored, but the outputs are not mirrored. And maybe there's a better way. Because theoretically, looking at this, it would appear that we have a need for 4 salts, 2 of which to make the vitae and mores, and 4 waters. So we could split them by input. Just thinking of how to think about this. Yeah, let's give a little bit of an upwards bias to this. This does mean that there's going to have to be a piston right off the bat, which is not... I stand corrected. It has to be salt first. You have to salt it. But I'm thinking, wouldn't salt it to go over the edge. This doesn't have to be a trap. Poop, poop, poop. Poop, poop. That's our vitae and mores. And then, 1, 2, I don't know, there? Just do. In this configuration, I am making this very tight-knit. Okay, let's just start with this. We know exactly what it needs to do. Out, 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 reset. Grab. Out, out, reset. Grab, out, turn, reset. Grab, out, turn, reset. Now for how we manipulate this. We then just need to get these out in a similar way to connect with a water. And I think the best place to do that would be here. For the mores, we can go 2 over. And for the vitae, we can go 1 back. Water needs to serve a bit of a dual purpose in getting the vitae online. Oh yeah, I'm thinking about it. We get the water in here, then we twist once, and immediately we can get the second water here. Mors can, or Vita can go first because I worry that Mors will hit Vita if it rotates. So go forward and reset. Your job is done. But this also gives us a good timing for number 5, which will turn in, then twist immediately, and then reset. No. This is wrong. This is wrong. We do it with 4. Or we'll hold on. Then we want to go 1 forward horizontally, like 1 to the left, and then twist with 4. That. So that will happen after the twist, so it bonds. Then it goes 1 forward to the left, twists on its own pivot backwards, waits for the salt to show up, and then we can probably just turn it into a solution. This will be slow. I don't mind. Ah! Ha, ha, ha. Wait. No, this is... Okay. We just need to turn and then move forward. And then find an opportunity to calcify it later. Fact 4 can go from here. Left, left. That'll probably be an output. Just check where the calcification goes. Right here. Well, then I think it's a matter of moving back 1. Then we get our Vita in place. I'm going to turn this into a piston because I can see where this is going. So while this is happening, at some point we need to... And when's it safe to do so? Earlier than this. At some point, Arm 2 will have its time to shine. It's right there, arbitrarily. It's safe 2 cycles earlier. Then you do the same thing again. Grab plus twist, but this final salt needs to happen this late. you go left, left, forward instead to put it here. And it's an extremely slow solution, but it does work, I think. Oh. Sorry, I forgot to input the left turn. That's a real obnoxious problem. It means that 5 needs to wait. But there. One too early. No, the problem is that we need to postpone the twist. That's the problem. Because we need to make sure we're doing it early enough that the water is out of the way, but late enough that the twist doesn't get lapped. Also, I missed something, apparently. One needs to go one later. There we go. Not the most elegant solution. Definitely not optimal in any way, but it's a solution. You think the way the invisible ink works is that you take one vial and write in it, and then when you combine the other half of this, it makes the thing. Look at that. Best cycle ever 55. Now it's 187. At least it's pretty cheap and small. Now, let me just... I want to reread the names of these. Invisible ink part B, invisible ink part A. Okay. Yeah, I assume you maybe like write with part A, and then when somebody puts part B on it, then it becomes visible. This is quite the stratagem. For someone like me, there's no choice but to pursue my ends this way. You aren't afraid of the danger? Belonging to a house family is dangerous enough. It's those who feel the position is secure who doesn't see things clearly. In world weariness, you are well beyond your years. I do appreciate your concern, Concordia, but I know full well what I am doing. It's gold time! I feel compelled to note that you're turning lead into gold again. You noticed. Yes, it seems the world is determined to taunt me. You're an alchemist, after all. Though I've been informed. Is this a matter of some sensitivity to him? Something about how he doesn't like being typecast, I believe. Lead into gold may as well be my parlor trick. At least this time you're doing it in the service of your own ends. Alright, it's time to make gold. How do we make gold? We make it with a bunch of lead. This one's just funny. Our objective is to just compact the lead. And I'm pretty sure we can do this in a way that is like visually appealing. Like make a pyramid or something. But yeah, so let's just chart out the layers here. We're going to make lead to tin, we're going to make tin into iron, we're going to make iron into copper, we're going to make copper to silver, we're going to make silver into gold. So this is our pyramid to complete. About to look pretty Pascal triangular. So yeah. Gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, lead. So looking at it like this, we are going to need well, much more than we have. I think there's inevitably going to be a delay here. So, keeping this as the gold layer, maybe we put silver here. There's copper. Then we've got tin, 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 tin. And then, strictly speaking, we would need 8 locations to make lead. This is not going to go quickly. But I do think we can find a way to do this. I'm thinking something like this almost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then they all converge together. We might want to not make this a vertical pyramid, but like just a converging box. So we got 8 tin zones. I'm really losing track of all this. 8 tin zones to make, well, 8 tin. To make 4 iron. To make 2, no. 8 tin to make 4 iron, to make 2 copper. $16, 8, 4, 2, 1. That's not good. No. Think it backwards here. 2, like 1 gold station, 2 silver stations, 4 copper stations. No, 1 gold maker, 2 silver makers, 4 copper makers, 8 iron makers, 16 lead makers. Okay, this is not good. Oof. Now it's all for naught anyway. We only have 4 leads. Let's at least flesh one of these out, because this configuration, I think, is good for us. And my thought is that the next station can be up here. These will both just sort of grab, put in, and then just deposit. And then we will have, at the very least, 4 iron outputs of reasonable throughput to then just make our gold out of eventually. So let's call it like that. As for my great machine to make all of the tin ever made, I'm going to try and avoid using pistons just for now. Just go with arms on track. Just regular arms. My hope is to stagger this, so we can go like grab, push, reset. Grab, push, reset. Grab, twist, reset. Grab, twist, reset. We do this. Oh, I gotta put down the product. These are complaining that it's too long. So wait for 8. Oh, in that case, we can just do these with 2 and use pistons instead. I think that would maybe look nice. So grab. Oh. grab up, reset, grab left, reset, grab up, reset, grab right, reset. That was pretty cool. We are so close now. We just need to do that again. Problem is we're going to have to do that with a different mechanism. No. Forget these. These need to be... The entire assembly needs to be repeated. everything that exists right now needs to be duplicated again. Like all of it. Right there. That will give us 2 silvers, which we can then turn into gold. Because now everything beyond this point can't be in the normal 1 cycle. So we're doubling it, giving it to the next person. First, what we're going to do is at the end of the first silver, we are going to grab, rotate, track forward, reset. Actually, wait, we don't have to care. Now that we've done this, we can do this. So it'll be grab, turn, reset. You are the same way, except this way. Oops. This way. And then repeat here. And then for the last step, I think we just go back to basic. 23 will grab, pull here. 24 will grab, pull here. And then finally, we have a single gold output all the way up here. I'm a little sad that right at this very moment we're losing the symmetry of the situation. So what if I... That's fine. I'll even put a separate arm just to make it look like it's doing something important. So 25 will go here, it turns in. And then 26 will just pretend to do something. I've gotten the timing wrong. I think 24 is going too early. It goes here, not there. That solves it. In terms of cycles, I think that's pretty much the best we could do. There's probably some optimizations I could do. I've definitely blown the budget, but to have it be exactly 1,000, I think is pretty cool. Area is, well, it's huge, understandably. I do want to record this because I would like to see it all in one space, please. Nice. I think it looks cool. I think it looks nice. This is altogether a greater quantity of gold than any I've seen in my life. We need to set aside some for Neil's payment. The rest we'll use for Clara's outfit. You're going to use that gold to adorn me? Please don't suggest I don on plated armor or something like that. No, I have a much better idea. You'll be the talk of the city for a generation. You say that as though there won't be anything else unusual about this ball. Right. Sometimes I forget about the rest of our plan. Okay. Time for some diabolical schemes. Let me know how you'd like the jewel of your tiara to look. Taros Colvin isn't one for subtlety. He needs to be dazzled by everything he sees. If my sword indicates nobility, the jewel should imply obscene wealth. But it would be a shame to make some overwrought bauble just for his benefit. Why not have something you truly want to wear? Maybe. I don't want to tempt myself to imagine this is anything but a plot with a specific aim. Specific target. But perhaps Taros's interest will grow all the more if you present yourself in a way that suits you. frightening proposition. Okay, time to make a really fancy thing. Using gold and earth and, well, earth that is salt. We gotta make a big old star of just extravagance. I'm gonna assume this is a... Well, I guess I want to say because the earth elemental proxy is green that this is making a sort of emerald, but I think that is an inappropriate equivalence to use between the elemental proxy marbles and the real element. So as much as these are green, I don't think elemental earth is the color green. I think just the proxy is. These are just glass marbles. So this could be any earthly gem, and a gem would be a very earthly elemental object, so that makes sense. Ooh. I'm thinking about how to do this, and stylistically I want to assembly line it. I want to grab this gold and I want to move out with it and just sort of like slap stuff together. We're going to need 6 earth and 6 salt. We have 2 inputs. One of them could be dedicated salt, perhaps. So let's say... One complication is that the... Let's see how this would go. At the start, earth would be here. This would be salt. So then if I rotate outwards, it would go here. But if I treat that instead not as here, but as here, I'm worried about collision potential. Oh, it'll be much worse if this is right here. Thinking about that, this would be hypothetically that no, that's just structurally where it would be. Yeah, there's not even room to fit it. So that's not a go. But what if we go piston instead, using this to mark where it would physically be? Well, that don't. What about this one? That's got potential. We put this here and then have it, I guess, bond like so. That's potential. So let's do this. Number 2 would start turn, reset. Number 1 would start if it's going 20 and then 10, this is still cheaper. 1 later. Push, reset. Then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's a good pace. But it is technically possible to double that pace. Grab, turn, forward, reset. Make this a piston. And then maybe simply duplicate number 1, but put it here with a track that does that. Might have been in my interest to just make this a piston, but whatever. And then separate it a little bit. Then it would only have to be 1, 2, 3 for each. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Putting them in order like so, we can see the pattern. At some pretty high speed. Let's see what we can do with it. Got a really long arm. Two. Oh, absolutely do not turn that way. We can turn earlier even. 1, 2. Something's wrong here. 1, 2. Do I need... I need another. Very interesting. Right, because these are 4 cycles, or 6 cycles. So... I'm gonna have to reorder these. So 2, 4, 6. This will have to be a track. Maximum speed arbitrarily. So then what? 2 is plus reset. Suppose I can make this also a piston of that nature. Let's say 1, 2, 3 is this entire section. So first is the arm, then bottom track, then top track, and duplicate each. Then we will have 4, 5, and 6. Let's have what is currently 6 be the new 4. These will go out 1 later than the 1, 2, 3 equivalent. Then 5 and 6 go out like this and remove that duplication. Okay, this I think is the final arrangement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh, 1 more spin of the din. Better applied by doing that. I think we're gonna have to do the old handoff strat again, just to make this good, and I think I can do it like this. Doesn't need to be there that early. Let's say 7 is done with its job right there. That exact moment, number 8 picks it up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Get it out of there. I forgot to let 7 reset. So we actually want the reset to be here. Grab here. Excellent in terms of timings of everything involved. Now we have to deal with finishing the bond and then getting this thing outputted. 1, 2, 3. Some of that work can be done here. In particular, I can do that. then when we go here, this is almost perfect. Do I have time to do another spin before I leave? No. Okay, so we're doing it like this then. Can also help push the front edge a little bit. But we're gonna have to do some extra spins no matter what when we're finished here. But at least we don't have to do any extra spins up there. I'm thinking we need to fill this in and fill this in. This is annoying because it's a straight line. We can do this and this possibly. Could do that. So that there. And then we have to rotate in a direction in order to get this one done. And there's no perfect way to do that because they're already all bonded like this. So I think our best chance is to actually just do another rotation. Prep a multi-bond that goes relative to this 1, 2, 3 here. And then so just sanity check. No, we want it to go to the interior because those will be bonded. So grabbing from the middle. Here. 1, 2, 3, turn out. And then 1, 2, 3. Then it resets, and that should be pretty fast. It's also pretty large. Actually, I want to do something. Everything rotates slightly. We get this all on screen a little bit better. Uh-oh. I missed something. What did I miss? You are easy to solve. Just do that. Then all that's left is that interior. That's a good solve. Nice and speedy. Doubled my best attempt at this. Cost is very expensive because of all the bonding I'm doing, all the extra arms and tracks. Area pretty fine for having a 3-arm pick up such a huge object and rotate 180 degrees. If it were up to me, I would dispense entirely with this vain and empty grandeur. That's a bit rash, don't you think? These rituals do hold important meanings. Perhaps they did once, but they've gotten lost over time. All the more reason to preserve it before it's lost forever. But it's all posturing. These symbols. How many of us carry swords and can't even use them? Well, at least the jewel looks lovely on you. Thank you, Concordia. Maybe one day I'll be able to wear it purely for myself. Now for, is this another lightsaber? It's looking like another lightsaber. Just supply me with the thread. I'll take the... Just supply me with the thread. I'll take care of the rest of it. You're sure? From thread to complete dress? I still know all the supplies of the Van Tassen Raiment. They'll know what to do. Oh, all the suppliers. I still know all the suppliers of the Van Tassen Raiment. I need to look up that word as well. Raiment. Also, clothing, garments, clothing and... Okay, so the supplier... I clicked out of that. The suppliers of the Van Tassen clothing. So, I don't know, you're kind of informing people of the plan by getting them involved. Unless you're not telling them to help make it, you're just telling them, hey, how do I do this? And then they'll give you friendly advice as an old pal. I still know all the suppliers of the Van Tassen raiment. They'll know what to do. This is amounting to quite the production. It's a shame the Van Tassens won't gain the benefit of this work. A ball gown made of pure gold certainly would have fit well with their sense of style. Ah, Frederick, how I wish you could be there to see it. Okay. Ah, alright. So, we need to make almost a claw out of this. That's interesting. Question is, how do we make the claw? So each individual element will be a... But what if it isn't? Well, okay, it would have to... Okay, I'm going to draw out what I'm thinking up here really quick. So there are like 3 possible individual... There are 4 possible individual units of this that we could do. There is the forward claw. There is the backwards claw. There is the cross. And then there is the helix. I guess it's 6. There's then the anti-helix. And we have a choice to determine which one we wish to pursue. This is all feeling very Tetris to me. And I don't know which one would be the more interesting lightsaber design. My immediate thought was for one of... we can join these up by their symmetry here. These are the options. They're interesting options, I just don't know which one to pursue. The forward claw is interesting because it kind of envisions a world where we could have the push mechanism simply be the gold. We could get the like salts really, really far out there. Maybe just like track it all the way over and then push the gold in. Notably, the bonding mechanism is going to have to be like, there's no straight lines here. A bit further back. Turn this into a multi-bond. We can put salt here, salt here. The gold gets pushed in. And it runs out of room. You could prime it like this. But it's not enough to push it just once. We need to push it twice. So that's sort of the claw theory. Oops. So that's claw theory. Let's move that over. Cross theory is very interesting. It's very, very compact. But that also is a weakness to it. That said, well, you could imagine making the... like putting the gold somewhere taking it, putting it in position, like let's say it's here, we go in and out. And then have simply one bonder here. We then have something else feeding in the salt while this pivot. It can then push forward. Or even get pushed forward, like by the salt combo. Okay, well no, it would have to... I think in order to get it to push good, we would need to make use of both track and piston. There's space here, so we could track in to get the gold in place and then push out twice, and that looks promising. The only... Well, okay, we can't actually do that. We would have to piston here just so that this could pivot and not crash into itself. If we do that, then we can track forward, piston out for our 2 push needed to reset this. Then it would be a simple matter of a bond here and a bond here. One bond needs to be earlier, but that can coincide with the last pivot rotation. So that's fine. I like this. I like this plan. We can't do it on both sides because while we're pivoting, it would connect prematurely. But I like this plan. It's very simple. Okay. Let's start with the salt machine. Salt machine's initial activation is going to have to be a bit delayed. Just to give time. We might not be able to go at full speed. This will have to go out and forward. Then it would need to spin. This won't work. There will be a missing salt here. Unless that's the end point. Okay, that'll change the pace of this, but it'll make this work. So. Grab side forward. We will then have this salt connected. We will then rotate twice, a third time, and then twice, and then push reset. Okay. As far as this goes, how about we just go one piston for now? See how well behaved it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we mess with the timings. Too early. Early. Oh, that's a problem. Oh, that's a huge problem. Oh no. How do we solve that? Okay, ignoring that problem, would this have worked? Yes. Okay, this is bad. And it was so close, too. Okay. This is a fundamental problem. If we're extruding forward, X will bond with these, but it'll also bond itself. This is no longer viable. We've completely ruled out one possibility as impossible. That's good because we've ruled it out, but it's bad because, well, we have less options. So what about these? Theoretically, these would not have this problem because their bond for the chain would be at an angle. Let's try making the S here. How do we go about doing that? It'd be an incredibly slow process, and I'm worried that if I rotate, that would be a problem unless I rotated from the salt. Okay, I'm gonna go for the claw again. My theory is that if we can get the salt way out there, and how would we do that? Okay, this is gonna be a journey. But if we get the track going like this, we can push the salts out to the ends, then come back, push a salt, okay, here's the idea. These need to be further because we need a gold piston. Goodness me. This will undoubtedly look cool, but it is an absolute pain to prepare. Okay, so naive solution with just the pistons provided now. We go this way, put a salt there. We go back, pick up a salt, put it there. Then we go back. The gold can now be placed here. We then take a salt, put it here. Then we put a salt here, then push forward twice. That's how I envision it. And to pull off such a stunt, I think we're going to have to do like a dual arm thing doing missions. So let's start here with 1 and let's say 2. Grab, turn, grab, turn. Move forward 1, 2, 3, 4. Push, push, reset. You will be going the opposite direction. 1, 2, 3, 4. Push, push, reset. While you're resetting, you can grab the next salt. Move it in. Forward, 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 forward. Grab the salt, turn in. Forward, 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 forward. And then, just purely for style, I want these to push together. No other reason. Meanwhile, 3's job is very simple. At some point after this reset, push forward twice. Let's have them occur at the same time. This should be it. Oops. Wrong way. Oh, let's make the entire rollout identical in space and time as well. We're losing cycles, but this is going to look really neat. Yeah. Would have loved a second salt. No. What have I done? Oh no. This is a failure. Because the push is going to Yeah, no, this is... No horizontal bond can happen past this. Which means this whole assembly is going to have to go on a different journey. Be an easier journey, actually. Okay, new plan. If we're gonna bond them horizontally, it's gotta happen before. Then how do we get them back out? Oof, how in the world? This is the, for now, final boss of lightsabering. This is like on the border of theoretically being possible. So here's the new plan, I think. We're going to... Yeah, each of these bars has to be made independently. So wipe this. Grab, turn, plus, back, grab, turn, twist, turn, plus. Plus. Actually, these can work together to an extent. Grab, grab. So turn plus reset. Turn. Twist, turn plus reset. And then mirror this. Yeah, manual reset is not allowed. Actually, one can start immediately on its own job. How about we ignore that? Let 2 come back a little earlier. please. And then from here, grab, turn that way. No. Turn that way. Grab, turn that way, twist, twist. What's that look like? Or just never let go. And ready for all that, you can take yours and go forward. Why am I waiting? Okay, through that, we now have 2 pairs of salt. We can then do something about that. As much as I would like to just take these as is, like let's say we put the gold there and then just bond them together, there's no way to get past an arm made after we make the full assembly, which means we will need to push these forward. Putting in some blank time units there so that we can so at this point they should be holding both of them here, and then we want to push these forward even farther. Say forward, 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 and even like add another track. That looks pretty nice. Question. Ooh, we can fit that. We can't fit that. Gonna be made to fit. Yeah, one could maybe go backwards and then forward. Maybe a little later. Okay, so we do have room there, maybe. Okay, that looks nice. That gives us room to put this here. And that's good. I think. I think this kind of bond arrangement is our best chance. And if they can go one further, we can split this into two. So do this. In fact, I would like the actual push out to be the last instruction, just for better visuals. So these should push out like so. This needs to be the other way. But with it being the other way, there is hope for the future. Because all we have to do is grab it and go. No, no, it's smaller? This is fine. Up, up. Reset. Okay, this means I think that the 1 and 2 arms have to do a bit more work. They do. They need to go 2 more forward. But if they do that, we're in business. This is gonna work. Okay, that's 1 claw. Okay, alright. Get rid of this, bring it in. And then decorate. You know, I kind of like the... I'm going to make this arbitrarily longer just to keep the helix intact. Doesn't that look good? I guess strictly speaking, there would be a hole here, but it's fine. It's a pretty cool lightsabers today. I wonder if anyone else has done... Probably somebody has done this. I don't know if this is like a formalized official challenge that exists somewhere, but I like this. I like going lightsaber mode. If this type of challenge does not have an official name, I'm calling it lightsaber mode. Lightsaber restriction. See the thread here? As thin as smooth as silk. You plan to make the entire dress out of this. Quite the bold sartorial statement. Sartorial statement. Quite the bold sartorial statement. I want to look that up as well. Of or relating to a tailor. Tailorific. That's the plan, to have everyone's eyes on you. I think I left that early? A nerve-wracking thought. At the same time, I'm practically bursting with anticipation for it. A strange admixture of emotions, I'll admit. You're stronger than you know, Clara. You'll do wonderfully, I'm sure of it. Concordia. Thank you. Okay. So, we have a scheme. You want to learn the scheme? We have a scheme. But first, we have the enemy. Nils, is that you? Sorry to interrupt your alchemical intrigues, but I came back to let you know House Colvin is stepping up patrols to the border zones. They may have realized there was some escapees. Took them long enough. Thank you for the warning. I had a few more things to do, but we should be out of here just as soon as I'm finished. Don't hesitate. They're clearly looking for someone. Clara, this is Nils. You could say he's a bit of an unsavory character. No, I know. Wait, you know Nils? No, I employ him. Only on a part-time basis. I always wondered how it was that you found us so easily. I'm almost offended you didn't realize it sooner. Your machinations are at a level far beyond ours, I'm afraid. And here I thought I'd found the only trustworthy thief in the city. Lady Soria, I advise returning home now before there is any chance of being seen. That's likely for the best, I agree. There's still the matter of the lipstick. Once you've made it, Nils can bring it to me on the night of the ball itself. Very well. One more thing, Clara. There will be chaos. I know, and I don't fear it. Okay, so the plot is underway. That's very exciting. We are not going to be entering the plot right now because we've finished this act. So instead, we are going to, well, I guess we beat a chapter. I would like to take a brief pause and do some Sigmardining. Just for the fun of it. And then we will go and do the Secrets of House Colvin edition in the journal. This is an interesting arrangement. This is a very, very interesting arrangement indeed. Let's see here. We got a bunch of earth on the side, water. Where's tin? There's tin. Tin needs to be wiped out by clearing up a way with a Vitamorse at some point. Vita is available. This one would unlock. There's... Oh. Tin is in a bad spot. With lead here, the Quicksilver we have to use to get to tin would almost certainly need to be this one. Because this one can't be clear. Yeah, gold and tin are making a line here that can never be destroyed. So we'd need this Quicksilver to be gone, because... Yeah, no. Either way, this fire would have to exist. So the only way to get a 3-space clear is with this Quicksilver out. So this Quicksilver must go to this lead. Which changes things. To get this Quicksilver out, we need to remove at least one of these Vita with a Morse. So we do need to get 2 a Morse. Yeah, we're going to have to do a lot of Vitamorse clearing. In that case, let's get this Morse available immediately. Then clear this Vitamorse is fine. Keep this water around as a free clear of water. It's not load-bearing at all. Take this, take this. Now we can use this on this lead once we free this lead. And to free that lead, we have a fire. We have an air, which gets us that Morse. We could use either one. No, we can't. We have to use this one to get to the lead. But we do need another Morse quickly. That one will probably do. So Vitamorse here. Here's our lead. Here's our Quicksilver. This Vita is open. We now have a good shot of this. As for how to proceed, clearing out this air would give us this fire, which would then clear out 4 fires, giving us a Quicksilver here. But we need to get rid of this Vita, and the best way to do that is the Morse. So this Earth with another Earth somewhere. We'd have to cut some salt out of the equation to reach it. And I'm very worried about the Morse that comes after it. Oh, this is wound tightly. How do we get to this Morse? Gold's here, so we'd have to clear the metals. Copper's here, so we'd have to clear that metal. Or we clear all of these, but we can't clear all of these because this silver exists. So the weakest link here is this copper. How do we unlock that copper? By unlocking this iron. How do we unlock that iron, though? If we use the Quicksilver, well, we need to clear the tin. To clear the tin, this Quicksilver wall can't be assaulted. So we'd have to clear this Vita, which means this Vita would have to link to this Morse specifically. But then we have a problem. The other Morse could only clear this Vita, which is blocking the iron, which means to get to this iron, we'd have to go the long way. So the long way we go. Some of the good news is that we have a lot of salt on the board to do things with. Bad news is we have few options of which things to do. We must clear this salt, then a water, then an air. If we use this salt on this earth, this water can go with that water, and then the airs can pair off. Salt, the earth. That gets us to this Moors, which we will put on this Vitae. Now we can get rid of the tin. But first, water, air. And now we're in a good position, because Quicksilver here to get this air. We can now Quicksilver this iron, then this copper. And now we have a little bit of breathing room. Next breathing room to get, though, is we need to clear up this Quicksilver to clear this silver. Or we clear out this water and earth somehow. It might be safe to just salt each other. That would give us the earth and water we need. Okay. Earth. Final thing has to be salt the earth. Then water, Quicksilver, fire, Vitamorse, water, gold. Okay. That required some prior planning. But we did it. So now we can go into here. So we've done all of Van Berlo last time. And next I would like to do Rivari's Wheel, or just the Secrets of Secrets of Colvin Industry, which is, of all of these, the one most oriented around metals. That said, I am eyeing that buoyant cable there with great interest. Moving on, though. This is a very metal-oriented one. Actually, wait a minute. This is the exact same as the crystal gem fragment we made for the thing, except it's fire. Maybe the resources we can use are different. Like, maybe there's a different amount of... Maybe we're not starting with lead. Who knows? Not important. What is important is this. The rise of House Colvin is the cause of much speculation, but only now are we beginning to understand how a series of key innovations helps fuel its rapid expansion. Though far more research is needed to see the full picture, even from a cursory glance, it is clear that Colvin's strong dedication to alchemical development led directly to its formidable strength, and I believe this is something that will be explored in the prequel. Check it out, Rivari made this. This is the Colvin Alchemist. The rest of these are not attributed to Rivari, but assumedly are still associated with Colvin. Looking at the preview screenshots of the game on the Steam store page for the expansion, I didn't see these names appear. So I wonder how that'll work out. But let's start at the start. Ravari's Wheel, made from the fundamentals. Okay, so this is going to be interesting because we have to sort of build out this wheel with like varying levels of dedication. I'm not going for pure cycles, I'm just going to go for completion. But generally, similar principle to how we did the... one of the things we did today, I forget which one. Just sort of like fill it out and spin it around. But each rotation will be further displaced in time. Then it'd be a simple matter of out of there. So, start off, this will be our core, and then these two will be dedicated to the construction of metals in their refined forms. Oh, but what if it wasn't? What if we doubled up? I would like to double up. So this is our metal manipulator. First ever thing we do. Actually, I'm going to go for style points here in using a parallel of track. So 3 will go... and then this. So this will be the engine of our ultimate power here. And for that reason, I think I may need to make more metal manipulators. Just for the speed requirement. Okay. We've already put a lot of arms down. Let's just start filling them in. Number 1 is going to grab immediately and sit in place for 1,000,000 years as we wait for the rest of this thing to refine. It'll twist occasionally. Number 2 is... put 2 and 3 together. So next up, we want number 4 to grab 1 frame afterwards, and this is going to be for making good timings later, but it's going to be 4 plus reset plus reset plus reset plus reset. Meanwhile, number 2 will grab immediately, go forward. Doesn't actually have to grab immediately. Then it goes back. Ooh, sneaky. And then 3 doesn't turn again, it waits a frame. That's when 3 moves again. So this is when we'll twist. We do need another one. So I'm not putting much thought into how much this we need. Let me think this through. Oh, what am I doing? We need a lead on there at some point. Maybe we can put that on at the end. But okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We need 15 quicksilver for this. It's a little extreme. We need 16 quicksilver for this because the center. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. What we do, try and do that. Oh, it's too slow. I think we do need to start with tin. Tin, iron. Or needs to wait one more. Two, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, I assume. Then who's the next available one? I think it's you. The grab, go in, then reset. Let's go. You grab, you go in, you reset. Is this just working? I'm one short. Why am I one short? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I was one short. Or can go one earlier. And then wipe that, and that should be a solution. I need to align this correctly. Oh no, I've got it mirrored. Well, in that case, do these turns the other way. We can't do the turns the other way. Okay, we now need to fix my hilarious mistake. How do we do that? We need to mirror this whole design. That can be done, we just need to be careful. For all the things that are purely track movements, this is relatively trivial. Let's do it one part at a time. Oh, oops. That goes like that, that goes like that. There we go. That goes there, then that goes there. Once rotations will need to be swapped around, but I've just done that, so we are good. And this needs to be reversed. Here. These rotations need to be reversed. That should be it good. This is going to be up here, so this goes there, and these connect to this. Okay, that should be it fixed. It is. Okay, disaster averted. Now the big bottleneck here is the raw rotation. So what if we did the same thing we usually do, where we split this into two jobs? In fact, I'm going to make it even easier like that. So number one's job will simply be to move the Quicksilver into place. Number two's job will be to do all the rotations and then the final step. And now the bottleneck has become step 4, but I don't think we can make that any faster. Oh, forgot to relocate it. Also, gold ends up here. That makes sense. Very good. This is some hyper speed refining. That's some good cyclage. In decent area, all things considered. Good job, Rovari. I have conquered your wheel. As before, I'll keep... Oh, goodness me. This is going to be another tricky one. Might have to go with S strats, then. I'm sure we'll think of something. Okay, in that case, let's go to Abrasive Crystal. Is there any meaningful... Yes! The fact that our reagent is this thing. Goodness me. Alright. That means step 1 is going to be disassembling this. Ah, okay. We're taking one seed crystal and turning it into a bigger crystal of gold. That's interesting. So... yeah, okay. We have now made 3 of the 6 bond things that go in the middle. And with that, we can do that again, somehow. But like with these 3 prepared, and then we just have this whole assembly run again. We should probably do something to prepare the silver. One thing I'm going to do is put it up here. Here, then maybe I'll go like... Getting it to leave is going to be difficult. I figured it'll just have to be a bit slow. This is more about funny track stuff than anything. So that'll go out. The last step will go piston, piston, right, reset, and then go again. Except I can't do it by a repeat command. I will have to do it by putting it in place again. Because at the very end, no repeat. No right turn. That'll get us a gold here. Which we want. Collision inbound. But look at that. We had all of it ready to go. So the plan from here for me is that I want to prepare these to be like collected. So 8, 9, and 10 in my mind will go grab, in, pivot. I'm writing this vertically. In, pivot, in. Guess reset. This next one we could do with pivot, pivot in, and then a bond here. gotta figure out the right spacing for this. Well, I can just look at it when it's done here. Okay, way too early. Pivot, pivot, in. And just like that, we have something interesting. We've got the three... Yes, we've got the 3 Trinity edges of our final design. Now we just have to get them where they need to go. I don't really see an easy way to extract them other than maybe like big twist. I mean, there's room. It's just we have to coordinate this very well. So group number 11 will start when everything else ends. My intention is that all of these will be picked up at the exact same time. That time is here. How do we want to move these? This out of the way. Number 14 can freely spin itself around. I think number 13 can pivot, which is interesting. Twelve would need to move forward and then pivot. Let's say forward, pivot. 13 pivots immediately, and 14 maybe turns. And then 11 can just bring in the gold for a second. Eleven can start much earlier, I'm realizing. When? It's when number 1 drops it, so very early. No, it should be 1 after because of the whole, yeah. On the moment of pivot, we could get a bond here to start the scent. Am I right about that? No, I'm not. This is becoming very complicated. one of the major problems is just the big arms involved here. Like 8, 9, and 10 are just in the way. I think what I really want to do is go on a large expedition with all of these. So these will all just have a really long track going off into the unknown. Then they'll all move on it. Oh, right. Solution to that's easy. Just put it down here. No, it's not, because that's also responsible for the gold distribution. It doesn't need to be. Just make a duplicate of you. Delete everything you did previously. The moment of grab, I want you to go up, up, there. I think there should be clearance to do that. Looking at all of this. Then at the second drop, you grab... Actually, you can theoretically grab a turn earlier, simply because it's not going to be moving, it's leaving. You grab there, then go up, up, reset. I guess you don't have to be a piston then. Oh, but you do have to make sure you... Yeah, no, you do have to wait, because there is a twist. Big twist. And that needs to delay 12 by 1, but that's fine, because it's already just sitting there waiting. We're just going to take all of this and go to a different factory. Oh, just reset yourself, I suppose. Okay, here is our new starting circumstance. I already see some boost we can do and just put a bond there. That'll save us some bonding we have to do later. Oh, right, we've... Never mind. Silly mistake on my part. Actually, I want to extend out gold so it's in a better position for manipulation. That's still plenty of time to work with. Okay, so we are now officially ignoring everything that just happened before, and we are going to be doing stuff with this. Immediately seeing is potential. Thinking of a world where we like pivot this in, goes like that, and then rotates it over. Here goes like that. We do it from here. Doot becomes doot. And then forward is a bond. So let's say at the end of everything, this picks up, goes pivot, turn forward, reset. That is the correct location. Now in theory we can put an arm here. Just sort of picks up the gold and pivots it every once in a while. Then reset. So now the only thing we would need is to slightly move these over. And I think I have a neat trick for that. We're going to use the same arm doing the same instruction. What? Nope, never mind. Not enough room. Do this with one arm, but we'll do it with two. So at the moment number 16 does its thing, we will pick up. We'll stall by one. Move, reset. And simply do that again. And this one does the exact same thing, but only one. And all of that should equal one finalized crystal. Oh, my mistake. 17 needs to be twisting twice per. Make sure that happens. Ooh. Yeah, wait one. It goes one after. Yeah, then we're good. This is not the final completion. We gotta fix up all the bonds by spinning it around wildly, but we can do that. So after the final, Let's do a spin here. And I think it's just all of these. Followed by like every other. So 1, 2, 3. Little spin here. Turn here. One more, and then I think we're good. One, two, three. Okay, let's hope that's everything. Now, the bottleneck for all of this is the belt here. Oh, I put unbonding everywhere. Oops. They do look so similar. Get all these out here. There we are. Here's hoping that's enough. That was the wrong configuration of these. These need to be all rotated. Now let's do this. Okay, that's good. This can be further improved by just taking all of this and making it take up less space. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All this can go 1, 2, 3, 4. We can remove 4 instructions from the great conveyor line. Make it these. And then everything from here on can be moved back by 4. So that's back by 4. And you're back by 4. Further improvements can be made if we realize that these don't have to be configured like this, they can be configured like this. Which means that this can then go an additional 1, 2 in. 1, 2 in, 1, 2 in. This will not save us cycles, the time bottleneck is somewhere else, but this does make it smaller. Then the Great Journey can be reduced by 2 inputs. It can be moved back by 2, and these can be moved back by another 2. Let's just confirm. Looks good there. Making some more minor adjustments as I realize some optimizations, this time to cost. That does not have to be an piston arm. In addition, number 16 doesn't have to be a piston arm, it can simply be on a track. That'll save us some money. Surprised that my cycles are pretty close to the world average. The area is definitely pretty bad, but interesting. I did think of a cycle improvement. Before I make that cycle improvement, I'm going to duplicate this. Just because it might break everything and this might not work. But what if 3 through 8 didn't actually do what it did? What if 3 grabbed it moves right and then it reset. This will be longer in the short run, but maybe shorter in the long run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, it actually does seem a... Whoa, wait. No. I'm not thinking wisely. I need to think wisely here. Yeah. In fact, this whole row can just be duplicated. Yeah. There is one aspect of this plan that isn't meshing well, and it's that I want this space here to be used for special pistoning, but I can't because there's not enough room. But then again, that pistoning would happen after a shift to the right. So do that. This is going to be so expensive, but it's going to be cool. I think that's where it should go. Okay, so the plan. You are 3. When do we grab? We grab here. So this'll grab all of this has to be wiped. So we grab, we move. We reset. Meanwhile, 9 is going to grab, move, reset. You may see where this is going. This will move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 4, 6. This will be true for all of these. Got a bit of a time delay. Two, 3, 4. Oh yeah, we gotta delete all this. Okay, ignore those for now. One, two, three, four, five, 6. That is correct. Yeah, it goes up to 14. Oh, it goes up to 8. These are the wrong ones, but they're also the right ones. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You let go and then go back. Let's just duplicate these down. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it should just be a matter of repeating these 3 times. There'll be some redundancy in the commands, but that's fine. The idea is that this should make a conveyor belt. And it did. Exact timings here. This is when the last one lets go. So this should be when these grab. And push these forward. Then do nothing else. Oh, I'm wrong. These start here. Cool. We are one step short. I know how to fix this, but it's annoying. This needs to be the last to go. This is really theoretically a waste of my time, considering I've already done this. I've beaten this puzzle. I just want to make it cooler. Then, these might not even have to exist. I'm putting them over here. Because now, instead, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... In the interest of this, we're gonna have to duplicate it manually. 1, 2, 3. Instead of immediately going back, we go up 1. And that should give us parity with the old system. Yes. Oops. Oh. Okay, so now the question is, where's the bottleneck now? The bottleneck is number 1. But the bottleneck being number 1 was artificial. We made that up. Does need to wait 1, but then it can go grab. It needs to wait 2. here. Put an X there, and then move all of these back to here. And then everything else simply needs to move into match. So where does that begin? Also, this should probably just be duplicated. That way the repeat command will work as desired. So if this starts 1, 2, 3, 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4. And this 2 later. And then it does truly seem like these are unnecessary, so I will delete them. And then now the rest of it can simply be moved back by however much is required. Given this system, it will be the third back from the start. So 1, 2, 3. Well, let's just count that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think this should be it. This is a forced 1 tick delay in the loop. Now it's working. Actually, I can make it work even without this by simply having only this one grab. The rest will just have a dummy let go command. Nice. It's working. Oh man, is it working? The improvement is minor, but my satisfaction is major. Look at that. We've shaved off like 60 entire cycles from the solution. Pretty good stuff. Another arbitrary improvement we can make is turning all of these into arms instead of pistons. I'm not sure if arm number 8 does anything. It doesn't. Arm number 8 can be destroyed, that can be moved in. There, now slightly smaller again. Okay, we're done with that. I've perhaps done something irresponsible by taking so much time on one mission. Let's go to Resonant Crystal and see what is up. Okay, so this is purely a trial in construction. which I appreciate. Getting a zigzag is interesting. Three, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 19. This is not a multiple of 3. Okay, I think the way I want to do this is I want to make 3 factories that make a 6 zigzag like this, and then simply grab an extra copper from one of them and then merge them in the center in a triangle. I think that'll be fine. Nothing too complex. Let's just make that factory then with one of these. So what's the way to do this? We need a bond like this. But then we need another bond like that. So if we go up, down. Okay, we put one forward, and then we go up, up, forward. I think that's the motion. So forward, and then up, up, forward. Let's do forward like this. And then up like that. Great. So a hypothetical factory would do this three times. It's not lost on me that this is slow. Let's make it faster. That works. And let's remember that it is now, instead of up, up, that it's up, up, forward. Good. Nope. There. Excellent. That is one copper thing created. Apologies, I'm trying to figure out a way to fit a third arm for doing this. Be as simple as... No, we can sacrifice the track nature of number 1 and simply do a rotation. Then we can go up, up. No. In that case, we track back. You're up, up, forward. You can be destroyed. You can be... just in here, which will go... push, push, forward, reset. Which is kind of the same thing. Oh, forgot the... Wait, what did I forget? Oh, I'm doing weird things with this. I should be going forward. There we go. Very good. So this is our template for all that follows. We simply need to make 2 more of these. Behold, 2 more of them. The copper's inside. As for how we prepare these, I kind of like having them in a line, but I don't think that's useful for the end of the puzzle. Just do this for a second. What we want is to extract them at this point. Go like this. Pair the bond up so that it's too close, but that's interesting. At this point, we want to extract them. And importantly, we can't do this without another copper stolen from the interior somewhere. I don't know if you just detected that, but the anomaly that is happening, everyone... It's only this game. It's only this game that has the anomaly. I don't know what the anomaly is, but it does it. Yep, there it goes again. It's very mysterious. Okay, we got 2 more. Filament and refined bronze. What are we looking at here? What in the world? Oh no. Oh, this is monstrous. How? I don't think we can lightsaber this one. I don't think it's physically possible. How would you even? This one's a little absurd. Okay, so you have Quicksilver-based refinement. You've got 3 tin... What is even the cycle here? Okay, it's an oxygen molecule of tin and an oxygen molecule of copper. So you would take 2 of these, extract 6 tin, and then take 1 of these, extract 3 quicksilver. The salt would be dismantled as it is shaped. You'd have to calcify the fire as well, but that's a simple operation. Yeah, you take 2 of these, 1 of these. 1 of these, just take out the tin and put them in an oxygen. The other one you turn into copper with the quicksilver, and then put it in. Aside from the actual combination step, you could... Okay, this is going to be a pain. We can't lightsaber this. It's not physically possible. We need both of these reagents to be on the board at the same out. No, I'm not doing this. I'm not lightsabering. We're just gonna solve this like normal. So ultimately, the big thing I see here is that we have this tri-stabilized salt, which is effectively a garbage dump. We're going to be like rebonding all of this to make it into effectively a fully like centrally bonded thing. Then we unbond these sides and then just take the salt stabilization and put it away. So for that, I'm envisioning... Let's just try and do as much work as possible on this to start with. To begin, we want to strengthen the bond of all of the salt. The grab, turn, spin, 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 turn. And then we want to weaken the bonds of the outside. While we're here, let's salt this. That's pretty good. That's a lot nicer to work with. No, we don't want to strengthen the bonds of the outside. We want to weaken them. Good. We then need almost an identical setup for the Cinnabar. That's what puts us in a good position to start doing things. Hope it happened again. Okay, moving this out. Looking at this, and I'm just trying to decide things. The moment it goes here, we want to pick this up, move it out somehow. I've got an idea though. 3, 4, and 5 in a line. Good. 3 will pick out and drop it, and 4 will pick out and drop it, and 5 will pick out and drop it. And 2 will go back, twist, twist, forward. Back, twist, twist, forward. These are all 1, 2 forward. I have accidentally put these commands on the wrong arm. So there are 2 tricky elements to this still left to solve. One, the fact that the audio keeps breaking and the game lags. One is the fact that the Cinnabar needs to be run twice. No, sorry, this is the Cinnabar. This is like Pinstone. One, that the Tinstone needs to be run twice, and the other that these 2 mechanisms need to dump in the same spot. It almost makes me want to mirror it. I can go closer than this. Before we continue, let's add these to the equation. With 6, 7, and 8 is that they gotta go the other direction. This is the wrong rotational symmetry. Also, we can do better, which is to say we can do this faster. At this moment, just do all those. And that means we only have to, after this rotation, twist once. Everything else can be moved over. Okay, from here I would just like a dedicated like garbage collector for this. So at this point they would just drop and go back. These were here, so we've got all these different arms doing a different thing. We may as well have them do a useful different thing. Make this a piston. You need to be a piston. You need to be a piston. And I want to put a trip pull bond right there. I can't. So instead, you need to be a piston and move in. That means the middle one doesn't need to be a piston, and then 8 does. Oh, no. Wait, that makes it easier. Never mind. Okay, so we do need to do this twice for both. Because it's not tin and iron, it's tin and copper. That's 2 levels up. I can work with that. You still need to get these cleared off the board. I want to do this. Like, after 2's done, just sort of tilts back over, goes up to, and then drops it. Meanwhile, number 1 can there's a possibility we don't need every single disbonder here. Just like... So in order to clear the cinnabar, it needed these top 2. So these bottom ones are unnecessary. Wait, I'm wrong. Somehow. That's correct. 2 also needs to wait 1 before doing the flyback. Does that mean 1 can get rid of that one? Oof. Fine, that just means go a little bit more forward. Meanwhile, coordinate number 1 a bit. It can go down, forward, forward, forward. Quite reach it. Head. Go up, up. Let's go. Which lets 1 go forward, forward. Do a twist early and then leaves. Okay. That is a successful disposal. 3 needs to become a piston to make that hit not happen. What? Oh. Okay, this is a much more fundamental problem than I was initially thinking. Might have to turn into a weird track thing. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shouldn't be that much of a problem. It's okay. It's very much of a problem. Well, in that case, how about 4 does it? Well, currently 3. I guess there's no problem in it taking a while, because that's already the last one. So get rid of 3. The new 3 can take it that early. That is that early. All it would require is an extra jump up. This is turning into a problem. This is not a problem. It is a problem. But it's not a problem right now. Weird distinction, I know, but we grab, we turn, we reset. Got 1 earlier. Just a little corrective measure. Looks pretty good. One more moment and we're done. So let's just take everything. Duplicate it. The duplication will need to have some adjustments made to it. In particular, arm number 6's final move. I don't know 6. Arm number 8's final move is only 1. And then the moment that happens, we can get to work on the cool bit. Ooh, better yet, do it like this. This is how you do it fancy. Okay. So what we would do... The moment this is all done, we grab both. We then go... I guess maybe it'd be better if we went that way. We go up, up, up. And then we start moving over. We need a bond here to connect... Actually, this can be done with this. Might be good enough. Up, 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 over, over, over. Just reset from that, maybe. This might be it. I'm completely eyeballing the end of it, but there's potential. This is it. The cycle is slow, but it's good. And it is good. A little more expensive and bigger than most, but the cycle is pretty good. I'm sure there are ways to sort of pack it in. But we did it. We got through refined bronze. All that's left is lubricating filament. Which is really, really interesting considering we did the gold thread earlier. It really wants us to do it via the S-bend. Like alternating. Can we lightsaber this? I'm curious. It'll be close. My idea here is to have this sort of thing happen. And while all that's occurring, we sort of make a thing. So this is like our decider in my mind. So let's start by just picking up. We'll start with water. Left, up, grab, release. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we want the reverse of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't expect us to be perfectly that fast with everything else, but it's a place to start. So we go left, left. Another one. let's just order these on demand when we feel like we need them. Now we want 1, 2, 3. Got an idea. Swap this out for a forward exclusion. Duplicate this. Makes it slower. Oh, right. You have to be a piston to do a piston. I don't think this helped. What's important is figuring out what we do after this step. And I think it's going to be a matter of let's turn one go on the track. Can be done. Then we reset. We want 2 more from the store. Grab, release, turn, grab, move, go backwards on the track, and release, turn, grab, push, push, reset. When it does everything again, we want 1 to also do everything again, but rotated the other way. So left, right, left, right, left, right. Left, right, left. Yeah. So it's starting left, right, left, right, left, right. Then it goes... forgot this. It goes left, right, left, right. It goes right, left, right, left, right, left. Then it goes right, left, left. It should be everything. Except for adding the bonding for this. Oh! That's a no. One, two. 1, 2. The question is, where do we put the final bonding? Maybe here? That is a problem. Everything 2 forward again. Do 2 forward. Everything 2 forward again. You might have to go 2 forward again as well. Okay, we're gonna ignore the second half of this. We just gotta make sure this is fine. Okay, things now look fine. So the 2 forward, and then we can put bonding glyph there. Maybe one here, just while it's transitioning out. That should do it. Now we wait. Good. All right, it's acknowledging our progress. One more push. We got there. Great. That's good to see. That is very, very good to see. So, now we're doing pretty good on area. Okay. Turn to menu. And that is the entirety of the Secrets of Colvin Industry complete. There is not much left before the like great metallicizing, and I'm excited for it. I did try and give an extra like spare buffer of a day just in case, but that one can be used for production alchemy. We can have a whole production day. We can celebrate production day, and then we'll celebrate metals. So, nothing too big of a problem. Everything is going well, and I think I will end it here. I do not know why this game, of all games, and only this game, suddenly starts having weird problems after several hours, but it seems to only happen after several hours, and it seems to only be this game. They're also not, like, destructive problems, so I'm not gonna worry too much about it. We just have to get ready for it. Maybe if I like closed the game partway through the stream and then reopened it, it might fix things. Something to experiment with next time. See you next time, though. I'm Exception. This is In TV. Have a good day and good night.